All right. Let's see. Any other adjustments we're making? Still don't really like K command. But if I'm not running K command, I have to run something there. So this gives me what against Uro? That and board out. Eight for 8. Okay. What about mono red? Something like that for something like. Ooh. It's a lot more in against mono red than I want. So it's like any of those realistically could. But if I'm not boarding that much in, I guess I could go like 6 for what? 6 for 6. Except that Kozilek's return isn't great against prowess creatures. I guess it doesn't kill Bone Crusher either. Goose, how's it going? Making some playing some 4-color. Well, instead of traditional 4-color, it's Grixis-Green. It's Grixis Splash and Green for Tarmogoyf, Grizzly Salvage, Assassin's Trophy. Give a little more threat density. Paulo, how's it going? But I'm kind of messing around with a couple of the sideboard slots before we jump into some of these ManaTraders qualifying matches. The old Grixis-Green, exactly. Hair looks good. Feels all over the place to me. But we'll see what happens to it over the next however many hours we're online. But I'm trying. I've got like a pretty solid sideboard plan for Uro. But my sideboard plan for mono red is giving me issues. Wagner, how's it going? Paulo, do you consider one version with more Grizzly Salvage and Aven Windcaller? Grizzly can search for that. The mad scientist look. Exactly. Just. Psh. I think that's the visual sound effect for hair all over the place. Grizzly Salvage, Aven Windcaller. My issue with Aven Windcaller is I just think it's so far below Teamer Battle Rage. Like, I think it's Teamer Battle Rage and then, like, a pretty wide gap, and then like Windcaller, Slip Through Space, Distortion Strike, Rancor, and somewhere between those tiers in that big gap is my threshold for whether or not I think a card is playable. I gotta update the deck list on Stream Decker. I was waiting till I had figured out all of my my sideboarding concerns first. But what I was saying is I think that gap is too wide for me to like want to drop down in power level that much to make room for Windcaller. I do get the appeal of cutting red, but I think that us needing to play the extra shocks anyway just makes red not too bad of an inclusion. Like, we're not really wanting to get red until it's like our third land. But I'm trying to make sure I keep my answers to like Auriok Champion pretty high. Because I feel like that's going to be all over the place. I guess we can just jump into it, see what it looks like. So let's say, yeah. That works. Save. Let's update to Stream Decker. Decks. Upload. ManaTraders. Set as current. Alright. So now if you hit exclamation point deck list, it should bring up this one. Let's try it out. There we go. Alright, so play match. Continue with full prizes. My deck is ready. My deck, like my body, it is ready. Instructed, we'll head on over to the tournament practice room and see who our first pairing's against. We're waiting, we're waiting. We're waiting. We're still waiting. Do 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 do. For you Jeopardy fans out there. Alright. What do we got? And if we find out it's just like really slow. Alright. So we are waiting for Salvite. Let's copy you. So we go to Modern Practice Room. We need to create a match. 2 players. Modern constructed format. Anyone can join. Is there any other settings we need to make? Probably not. Waiting for Salvite. Is that right? Looks right. Boom. We found our Salvite. Alright, hand looks great. Keep it. Opponent has revealed a Lurrus of the Dream Den, so it could be Devastation, could be Rakdos Scourge, could be Mill. I hope it's Mill. S-Bins, how's it going? So let's go get Overgrown Tomb, Cycle Street Wraith, Inquisition. Oh, did I get Breeding Pool? Why did I get Breeding Pool? Misclick. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. Our opponent Inquisitions us and they take our Inquisition and we laugh maniacally. Mwahahahaha. Sure. Hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot? Yep. Opponent has done just that. They've hit me with what may or may not be their best shot. I don't know. Bobble me. You got it. Thoughtseize. So let's go actual. I guess we just get Blood Crypt now. Well, I guess Snapcaster. Probably Watergrave. Get our double green action. And we'll play out our shadow. Like if our opponent's got a removal spell for our shadow, we can't do a whole lot about that. But we can play it out. We kind of got tempo negative pretty bad by not or by misclicking on that Overgrown Tomb turn 1. Like we really wanted to be able to cast our Inquisition or Thoughtseize on turn 1 on the play. With more salvages, you can play 2 main deck Luris. Well, what's Luris doing for us? We get back Bauble or Shadow, or I guess Snapcaster. So it might not be the worst. Opponent plays out a Shadow of their own. Okay. So let's hit you with the big Inquisition. Goyf, Scourge, Lightning Bolt. So do we just want to get rid of the Bolt because our opponent can only play 1 spell next turn? Let's see. So if we go take Scourge, Delta gets basic Swamp, Thoughtseize, Tarmogoyf. If we go down to 7, our opponent can fetch Shock to 9, Bolt themselves, go to 6. It's kind of an interesting situation here because if we take Goyf and Scourge and pass the turn and our opponent draws dead and they fetch Shock, attack with both, yeah, I guess Bolt Scourge is probably the safer option. There's a lot of ifs that line up the other way. Like we would have to, our opponent would have to attack with both creatures, like Lightning Bolt themselves before damage, to grow their shadow bigger than our shadow. But since the Swift Spear would grow for prowess, they would actually end up doing enough damage for our shadow to survive and be lethal on the crackback. Alright. Main phase is Grizzly Salvage, because if I hit like a shadow or a Gurmag, I want to play it. Speak of the Devil. So now we find ourselves in a race for removal. We're down a Snapcaster Mage. Jeez. Opponent is empty-handed. Pedro, how's it going? Yep. Yep. Alright, so Grixis. Or not Grixis, John. Words are tough. It's early. Give me a pass. Well, Soul Guide's not the worst. Plague Engineer is a body. Stub gets a lot worse because of Veil of Summer. If they are running that. Just roll with this. See what happens. Dismember's okay. It's not great, but there's at least a decent chance that you might be able to pick off like a Tarmogoyf. We're going to put our opponent on the play. Usually in a lot of shadowed lists, I'm running some number of Blood Chief's Thirst in the board. This is like a matchup where I would really like that, but... Alright, so we don't have blue or green mana. I think we're going to ship this. I kind of want to prioritize hands that have a removal spell, at least one removal spell. This hand is much better. Yep. All right. Overgrown Tomb. Overgrown Tomb. Overgrown Tomb. K return or K command equals. I didn't even notice they mold that low. My God. I guess they got bobble draw, but still. What you got, opponent? Goyf, Scourge. Scourge, sure. All right, what have you got? So the Scourge actually can get up to a 10-10 now, which means we do have to block. Because if we don't block, they go Fetch, Shock, K command, 2 to themselves. They get down to 10. So their last card is K command. Alright, what have you got? The Luris in the hand, alright. Planning on Grizzly salvaging here. That's a really good draw for them if that was their blind draw for the turn. Alright, deck. What do we got? Bobble. Bobble is not fantastic. Yes, we can bobble them, just get bobble in the yard. Alright, so Tarmogoyf coming up. They've got instant sorcery land creature. They're going to have artifact. So it doesn't particularly matter what we exile. I think we just have to put ourselves dead to bolt. Our opponent having that lightning bolt to kill our second shadow is rough. So I think if that shadow lived and we didn't have to play so on the back foot here, we'd be okay. Got 16th in the challenge yesterday. Good run, lost to Sodak. That's awesome. Congrats on the finish. Are they going to go for the ping us K command line? Got to head out. Good luck. Appreciate it, Goose. Thanks for stopping by. No way to shrink this Tarmogoyf. Yeah, we're just dead here. Because, like, if I trophy the Goyf, attack at the Ren, they block with the Swift Spear. And then their turn, they can Ren ping plus K command to burn me out. If I trophy the Ren, then I'm dead to a swing here plus K command. Rough. Alright, on the second match. Let's see. Let's find our next opponent. My deck is ready. And our opponent is... Our opponent is pairing. Alright, who we got? One Dracos 1. So let's move you away. Create. Waiting for... Oh. Dracos beat me to it. Curse you, Dracos. Always beating me to the punchline. Yep. Play first. We will keep. Don't show me Obosh. If they do show me Obosh, I'm probably just going for like a super quick shadow kill. Kind of what I mean by that is, if I look at this hand and my opponent shows Obosh, I'm probably playing Polluted Delta Pass and hoping that my opponent plays a 1-drop that hits me, because I want them to deal a few points of damage to me before I do anything, so that I can play out double shadow on turn 2 and preferably have them as 4/4s. Because if I just like Cycle Wraith, fetch, shock, pass, there's a better chance that my opponent doesn't like haphazardly throw burn spells at me. Blood Crypt, go. So I'm going to get Breeding Pool, untap, play Tarmogoyf. Dredge, okay. Probably could have made a better assumption at that, because not revealing Luris, Blood Crypt Pass, to me either says like Jund, but I would expect Jund to have like a discard spell if they shock there. Did they choose not to dredge that Stinkweed Imp? Like, they chose to wait till my turn, right? Or wait until their turn? Doesn't this draw, or discard then draw? Okay. Interesting approach, opponent. Maybe they kept a 1-lander. Loam. Alright. It's a pretty okay draw. So we cannot grow Tarmogoyf. So let's get Blood Crypt. Play Shadow. Say go. They hit a Conflagrate. It's kind of awkward between Conflagrate and Stubborn Denial because there's a few things to keep in mind. Like Conflagrate can have multiple targets, so if they hit face at the same time that they hit a creature, our creature will grow. But they also want to keep like lands in hand to discard to Conflagrate, which plays into Stubborn Denial a little bit better. It's like if they play out a land and then go to Conflagrate, maybe they go like 3 at a shadow, 1 at our face, and don't recognize that the shadow grows. I'm assuming this is just going to be Stinkweed Imp. No, I don't want to become famous. Go away. Go away. Start gifting subs to the bots. So they choose to Conflagrate for exactly 3. Sure. We are down a Death Shadow. So a Dismember would kill them. Let's crack in. Kind of going off the assumption that if they block with this Prized Amalgam here, and I play Gurmag Angler, I might be able to swing through Stinkweed Imp next turn. But we will have to see. So they're going to have Sorcery in the yard. So I can just delve my entire yard. Or do I want to... Maybe I want to keep a Sorcery in the yard just in case they delve all of theirs. Or not delve, but find a way to dredge both of their loams. Because I can still get Watery Grave with this Catacombs. So I don't feel too terrible here. But I don't want to crack this Catacombs because I want to make Fatal Push a live draw. So, yep, there's Stinkweed Imp. Hits a Creeping Chill, which is not great for us. Alright, so Fatal Push, Dismember, Battle Rage are all lethal draws. Another Shadow. That's probably fine, right? We attack with all. They have to block the Shadow. And we just get to play out second shadow. When in doubt, just jam enough threats at them. So we just need this stinkweed to not hit over double creeping chill or ox of Agonis. It's like ox would give them a lot of looks at double creeping chill. Ox by itself doesn't kill us, but ox plus dredge 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Speak of the devil. Did they dredge loam? They did. They dredged loam. Why? I don't know in what world loam is better than stinkweed imp. Since your outs are hitting multiple creeping chills. So, this looks like ox. If it's loam, I'm snapping off this stubborn denial and waltzing my way to the win, but pretty sure it's ox. Maybe they're planning on like loaming back multiple blood ghasts. Alright, no double creeping chill. No double creeping chill. I guess double Narcomoeba does it too. Triple Narcomoeba. God. Alright. And they have another ox in their yard. So they can mill over the rest of their deck, pretty much. So now our out is Battle Rage. Mystical Pod, how's it going? Yep. Battle Rage. Battle Rage, Battle Rage, Battle Rage. Where were you last turn? You would have killed them last turn. Ew. Going well. National holiday where I'm from, so did nothing all day. Well, that's awesome. Here in the U.S., it's just a Tuesday. We've got everything today. No special treatment. Delay's probably not terrible here. It stops ox. So what are we thinking about boarding out? 1-for-1 removal is pretty bad here. Can board out a little bit. Probably prefer boarding out an Inquisition to a Thoughtseize. Trim a salvage. Maybe not bring in K return. Do I like delay? Probably not that much. Let's go like this. Had another national holiday exactly 1 week ago as well. Pretty much a repeat of last week. What holidays do y'all have going on? I think this is a trap hand. It's turn 3 Ashiok, which means we're not interacting with like what's it called? Shriekhorn or Cathartic Reunion. And this, I think, is another trap hand. I don't think this is a matchup that we can win if we try to play fair. And this is like turn 1, fetch shock, scour ourselves. Turn 2, hope to hit a fetch land or a bobble to play angler. Alright, this I think we can keep. A week ago it was like independent stuff. Today is religious. Fair enough. Pithing Needle. What are they bringing Pithing Needle in for? Maybe Spell Bomb or got Soul Guide Lantern. So ideally, we'd like to win this game in a way that doesn't show those cards. Soul Guide Lantern, all right. Alright, so let's find our third land for Ashiok. Second Pithing Needle. Let's take care of this before they get a free name off of off their needle. We will get, I guess, Overgrown Tomb. Or is Breeding Pool better? I guess Overgrown Tomb's fine. Needle away. Name Ashiok. Interesting. Interesting. What do I think about that? So let's see if opponent plays Stinkweed here. Can't dredge it if it's in exile. give myself a chance to draw Battle Rage. Well, is Snapcaster a better draw than Battle Rage? Could Snap delay? Probably not. So 13's a nice life total to be at, because if my opponent plays out a Bloodghast this turn, even if they attack next turn, their Bloodghast still aren't hasted yet. And I would prefer to not show them either of these cards. Or they just draw another Stinkweed Imp. Curse you, deck. Alright, so now we need to draw Battle Rages. Battle Rage, Plague Engineer is really good here. Yep. So their hand is Bloodghast Unknown. Not the greatest. I think I'm okay with them resolving the Stinkweed now. This is a weird Shadow versus Dredge match. I mean, it's more weird because of blindly naming these two. Like, if they had seen one or the other, it would make more sense. But I would see naming, like, Soul Guide Spellbomb before I'd see Soul Guide Ashiok. I agree with Soul Guide on the first name. No problem with that one whatsoever. But I think the second one, if I were them, I would name Spellbomb first. Because, like, every Shadow deck is going to be running either Spellbomb or Soul Guide Lantern. And since you don't know which it is yet, it's not a very costly name. And I don't believe I have a way of getting like a Pithing Needle off the board in the deck right now. I believe everything should be in the board. So like EEs, trophies. So I don't want to show them this Ashiok. Because, like, if we get to go to a game 3, maybe there's a chance they don't name Ashiok with one of these, or don't name Soul Guide because they didn't see them this game. Maybe opponents spy you. I don't think so. I think they just had 2 pithing needles and needed to name 2 things. And you've only got like 3 or 4 options. How many pithing needles did they board in? Good Lord. All right. So now is the question. Like, if our opponent conflagrated for 3, in case we had Street Wraith, that's just like a heads up conflagrate. Good call for them. But if they conflagrated and discarded Pithing Needle because they knew that we didn't have any other graveyard hate effects in our deck, then we start getting spooky. But I don't think that's the case. Just clarifying. I don't think our opponent is ghosting. I think it was just a heads up conflagrate. Like, we keep hitting threats, but our opponent keeps hitting Stinkweed Imps. So we really need to see, like, battle rages. Check chat, and no one with similar name to OP came up. Like I said, I don't think that our opponent's ghosting. I think all of the plays that they've made have reasonable arguments behind them. These baubles aren't terrible, because at least we're getting closer to like a Plague Engineer. Which that's kind of like tier 0 of what we're looking for at this point. Speak of the devil. Dragos is from the Discord and he's around here a lot. Well, there you go. That's what I said. Like, I don't think our opponent's ghosting. I think they've just made reasonable plays. He'll probably come here afterwards. I hope so. And y'all can tell him over and over again that I said I didn't think he was ghosting. I think he made very heads-up plays. Alright. So this is like best 2 draws we could have had right here. Now we get to shut down these Stinkweed Imps. And have Stubborn Denial for like a flashback conflagrate. So, Imp. Hiya. Man, I missed how nice your streams are. Well, I try to keep them pretty nice. I never want to be the streamer that's known for, like, bad-mouthing people. I don't think that's very fun. Alright, so they're shuffling away this Scalding Tarn. Alright. What's this stinkweed ripping over? And the answer is... the answer is... oh, they hit Ox. Oh. Oh. No. So, triple Creeping Chill kills us. Alright, did we finish the, looks like we finished the Shadow Watch challenge. Ant is coming in with the points to put us over the top. So now we get to plan our 12-hour stream. I've already got some pretty sweet thoughts for it. Freed, stub the Creeping Chill, easy. Like, I'm going to exile this from our graveyard. Yeah, I'm going to stub that. Can't have it. I said no. I said you're not allowed. One Creeping Chill. Ha, ha, ha. One Creeping Chill, one Narcomoeba. Alright. I can live with these. I can live with these. Two ghasts. Two ghasts indeed. But like if my opponent plays Stinkweed, gets back the two ghasts, attacks with the 4 ghasts, I can block and I've still got... do I have a lethal attack? Or, no, yeah, I've got a lethal. No, I'm 1 short. But I can Ashiok, Stubborn Denial my own Ashiok, and put Planeswalker in the yard to grow the Tarmogoyf. So yeah, if they play Stinkweed, attack all out, they still die. Or no, they're still 1 short. I can't do math. I can't do math. Math is tough. Alright, the shadows are lethal. So yeah, we're dead. Yeah, I can cast Ashiok, I just can't activate Ashiok. Don't tell me they're going to go for Conflagrate. Oh, thank you for that gift, opponent. Opponent has very graciously given the win back to us. We would have been dead if they'd just played the Stinkweed Imp, but because they played the Conflagrate, now we get to kill them. Whew. Oh. We did this thing where we gift wrapped the win, tied it up with a bow, handed it to our opponent, and they just punted it back to us. Alright, we won that one without showing them Ashiok or Soul Guide Lantern, which is pretty nice. Trophy worth it for needles? I don't think so. Yeah, if they'd played Imp, they could have blocked Shadow Tarmogoyf, and we only would have had 2 Gurmags swinging through for 10, and they were at 11 life. How was the last chance qualifier yesterday? Didn't get to play because I didn't realize that the entry fee was both play points and qualifier points, and I only had the play points. I thought it was one or the other, but I used up like all my play points on 2 or 3 big scale events in the last few days. So, my fault. I am extremely impressed by the number of pithing needles that my opponent has got in their deck. Alright. See if there's any reason I don't want to cast this Soul Guide this turn. Which I believe is going to be I can't come up with a good reason. So let's get Overgrown Tomb. Like, I think even if I'm exiling one of my own lands or something, just getting Soul Guide on the board is a bigger deterrent than sitting here doing nothing. Like, I could cycle another Street Wraith and go for, like, a Thoughtseize or Stubborn Denial or something like that. But I could end up just taking unnecessary damage. Why are we playing Lantern as opposed to the other anti-grave stuff like Tormod's Crypt or Spellbomb? So, Tormod's Crypt and Spellbomb both have a very specific line of text on them. Alright, I'm fine, like, waiting on my priority because my clock's ticking down, not my opponent's. I'm not trying to time them out. So, Tormod's Crypt and Nihil Spellbomb both have this single line that says target player. Target player. Whereas Soul Guide Lantern just says each opponent. So Soul Guide Lantern plays around Leyline of Sanctity, where Nihil Spellbomb and Tormod's Crypt did not. And that is the reasoning. So I am not in any way trying to time my opponent out, but I don't believe they're going to be able to kill us in 26 seconds. Yeah, I don't think it's possible for them to win in this time frame, even if we do play. Or even if, like, we just sat here and went draw, go. But no, our opponent said he had a bad connection, so I understand completely. I'm hoping that they'll come stop by the chat. They even said that they just recently watched one of my 4-color videos. So it makes sense after that they named Soul Guide and Ashiok. But I hope that they come jump into the chat. Because if there were other factors, I would like to know as a player what I could do to, like, hide some of that information. Like, if I'm signaling something that I shouldn't be signaling. Yeah, I think he made all the right lines, except for that conflagrate line. But, I mean, that was going for lethal versus the hope you don't have a removal spell out. Alright, create, waiting for this person. Duke Stein. Duke Stein. Yeah, hand's great. What's this you're playing? It's Grixis-Green. Grixis splashing green for 2 copies of Grizzly Salvage, 2 copies of Tarmogoyf, and 2 copies of Assassin's Trophy in the sideboard. Bart, almost missed a question. What do you think of Shadow right now in the metagame? Tough question. I think that Shadow's pretty good against, like, the Uro decks, but I think you're a pretty big underdog to, like, Heliod. So I would feel much better if we could find some ways to, like, tilt the Heliod matchup a little bit. But I think you're, like, a little less than 50-50 against mono red, but you can adjust some. But like I said, I think you're just really bad against Heliod. And it kind of fluctuates with that. The more popular Heliod is, the worse we're going to be. Alright, Steam Vent's opt on main phase is really odd because typically opt is the kind of card that you're saving until you know what you're digging for. I don't think I want Battle Rage right now. I wouldn't mind it later, but, like, at the moment I'm just looking for more interaction. And, like, at the moment I've got the ability to Thought Scour myself, play out turn 2 Gurmag, and hold up Stubborn Denial. And that seems a lot more appealing than just, like, blind drawing a Battle Rage when I don't know how this game's going to progress. Dragos, how's it going? No problem with the connection. But yeah, those were super weird games. I wanted to ask, the game 2 with the pithing needles. Did you name Soul Guide Ashiok because you saw the video, or is that what you're typically seeing people play? Because, like, we knew you weren't ghosting or anything like that. But those were the exact 2 Grave Hate pieces that I had, and I just didn't know if, like, it was coincidence or if those were the things you were most concerned about. Give me some feedback. Alright, so let's... Opponent missed their second land drop. So I think this is probably, like, what's it called? The 3-mana enchantment. Play things for free. As foretold, Electro Dominance. See, it's 100% because of the video. I had no clue you were Grixis-Green. The Gurmag surprised me. Guys, you have no idea how excited this makes me. I have made it to the point of being recognized from a video and getting blind decisions made against me because of it. I'm super ecstatic. I was going to play Sultai Red for the ManaTraders, actually, and I probably will later. I think it's a great choice. If you get a second, check out this Grixis-Green list. Let me drop the deck list for you. It's a list that one of our watchers here suggested, and I decided to give it a shot, and it's actually been really, really sweet. Get ready for them autographs. I don't know if I'd say that much just yet. Alright, so we'll stub a restore balance. They're doing this on their turn, which is a little awkward because it means Force of Negation isn't live. Alright. The power of the Gurmag. Get ready for them autographs. I went to one of your YouTube videos and talked trash. I accept that. Like, I talk trash on my own YouTube videos, so it works out, right? Okay. So, I want to leave in, like, a piece of removal or two just because Crashing Footfalls is a thing. Want my extra stub. Delays are fine. Cling to Dust is an option if I just want, like, an extra piece to fight something like Snapcaster. But I'm usually not that afraid of Snapcaster. Yeah, let's go with it. Let's see, what have I missed? Freed, maybe we should be playing Surgical versus Heliod with discard removal to get the piece we want. I've thought about that. I think that Surgical would be a good option because when you lose the matchup, you lose to Heliod, basically, is the only thing. And then occasionally to, like, an Auriok champion, but only if an Auriok champion is paired with Heliod. But if we could just, like, Thoughtseize Surgical Heliod, done. Deck becomes a buy. Shouldn't have joined the stream again. Now I want to get back in MTG. Damn you, Tommy K. Oh, my alter ego comes back to fight me again. Let's see. What have I missed? Dracos, active in the Shadow Discord. See you occasionally in the Challenge Top 32 post. Right, somebody mentioned that you were pretty active in the Discord. So I'll have to go back. Like, I never pay attention to who writes posts. I just kind of make replies. So I couldn't even tell you, like, 5 names that are in the Discord. Couldn't do it. Can't stop casting Death Shadow. Something about it hooks me. I think, like, to me, when I play Death Shadow, it's the feeling of my decisions actually mattering that really hooks me. Like, I could sit here and play a deck like Oops All Spells and just say, alright, cool, I win. Cool, I win again. Cool, I win again. And just, like, mindlessly go through matches. But with Shadow, it's like, alright, I made this decision and there was a reason behind it and the reason worked out and yeah. I probably should have seen what they scryed first. They went one top, one bottom. Because I could have potentially, like, thought scoured over what they scryed. But they're sitting on a Ravenous Trap, which is not the card I would typically expect my my opponents to bring in against me. Are we just jamming Tarmogoyf? I think we are. I think we're just saying, here's a dude, go crazy. Let's see, what have I missed? Matt, how'd the LCQ yesterday go? Unfortunately, we didn't get to play. I made a mistake and didn't realize that the entry fee was both play points and championship qualifier points. And I used up like all my qualifier points in the previous few days. So, happens. Oh well. Let's see. I remember calling this deck Herbalife Grixis. That's a fantastic name, by the way. Alright. So I'm probably going to Thoughtseize away. I don't really care about this Ravenous Trap. But maybe I want to Grizzly Salvage at some point. Force of Negation. Sure. I can Thought Scour my opponent if I just want to redraw. I could also Grizzly Salvage and just let them Ravenous Trap it. Like, that's not the worst. We are going to pay attention to this scry this time, because if they scry 2 top, I'm scouring them 100%. Let's see. Mystical Pot, yeah, every time I see you play, and even when I tried it out, there were just so many meaningful decisions, no matter how small they seem to be. Right. So they went 1 top, 1 bottom. Alright, I'll scour them. Hiya, opponent. There's an As Foretold on top. Okay. Hiya. So opponent has got 3 cards of the magical variety. We know about Ravenous Trap. The others are blind. Splashing green for Traverse not worth it. The idea here is the green splash in this deck doesn't interact negatively with Gurmag Angler. Like, in fact, you could argue Grizzly Salvage helps fuel Gurmag Angler. But because it doesn't interact negatively here, we can play a little better threat density without having to worry about like delving away Delirium. And it's an instant, so it pairs pretty well with Snapcaster Mage. Let's just get Street Wraith. Opponent chooses not to cast their Ravenous Trap there. I think that's going to cost them pretty heavily. I wrecked an ad nauseum player in my second match with Shriekhorn milling their serum top. I honestly didn't even know Shriekhorn could target either player. I'm going to have to go read that. That's pretty hilarious if it is. Well, I mean, it's pretty hilarious that it is. I'm assuming you're not sitting here lying to me for no reason. So let's go Delta, Catacombs, Inquisition, Scour, Delta, Salvage. Leave instant sorcery creature. We can put land in. They've got enchantment. So now we've just got 2 lethal attackers for next turn. We know that they've got a Ravenous Trap. That doesn't matter. Alright. Hey-ya. What have I missed? Also, if I really need to think about it, Soul Guide Lantern is the most played hate piece right now. It doesn't target players, so it gets around White Leyline, right? Allows you to play Mystic Sanctuary and Snapcaster Mage without hurting your own graveyard. Right, so Leyline is the whole reason we're playing Soul Guide at the moment, which, honestly, the Leyline decks are on a pretty big decline right now. Like, Ad Nauseam staying pretty steady, but Dredge is down, Oops All Spells, Charbelcher are all down, and Spellbomb is definitely better against things like Uro, but haven't seen a lot of Ashioks lately, but the name is from the video. I mean, I think that's hilarious. Like, not bad hilarious, like actually pretty funny. And I'm getting a kick out of it. I guess we should update the record as we go. So we're 2-1 currently. Update. Take it as a compliment. I enjoy Shadow content. Well, I enjoy playing Shadow, so we're even. Should have done the aggro GG there. God, Goose was in the chat earlier. For those of you who haven't heard the story, apparently Goose sent a GG to someone like last night or the other night, something. And, alright, well, there's our opponent. And their opponent, like, got upset over it. So I think Goose won and sent GG, and their opponent was like, have some manners. I'm like, okay. If our opponent's playing creatures, this is pretty good. So I guess on game 1, we'll kind of hedge a little bit. Let's get Overgrown Tomb. Do we want to get Overgrown Tomb? Guess it's fine. Alright. What did I miss about Once Upon a Time? Dark Slick Shores. So probably not a creature matchup. Hand Disruption? Dang. I'm going to go ahead and play Shadow here because typically in matchups like these blue-black matchups where Shadow might not be the greatest, Gurmag Angler typically shines when your opponent's on like Fatal Pushes and Drown in the Locks and things like that. So if my opponent like aggressively kills my Shadow, I can just resolve my Gurmag Angler. Or it's ad nauseum and nothing I said for the last like 5 minutes matters in the slightest. Okay. Are we taking spoils? Probably. Like we could take spoils this turn and then snap Thoughtseize ad naus next turn. Alright. Don't hate it. It's Chad Nauseum. Is that the name now? Or is that official? Yeah, like, I didn't want to get Overgrown Tomb, but I already had Watery Grave in my hand. So, since I had the Watery Grave in hand already, I figured getting the Overgrown Tomb was probably fine. Alright, so we're going to put them down to 0 next turn. And then... do I want to... No, I don't want to delve away this Thoughtseize. It doesn't change the clock. We snap Thoughtseize next turn. We still get them down to 0, but we get another card out of their hand. Did they top deck a Spoils of the Vault? No, because they wouldn't be resolving the trigger if they did. Like, top deck Spoils of the Vault there would have been pretty rough. They don't have the mana currently to play. They do have Lightning Storm mana if they Spirit Guide. So we need to keep this Blood Crypt in hand. Snap Thoughtseize. So this puts Shadow up to 10, which means we put them down to 0 this turn with Unlife. Hit them next turn. Take Spirit Guide because they can play it out as a blocker. And this gives them 1 draw step. Adnal's Unlife Island. So they can't top deck Lightning Storm. Alright, yeah. It doesn't matter. Either their next card's Adnals or it's not. If it is, it is. Couldn't play around it. I would try to play I would have just played the Watery Grave, then fetches needed. Well, we didn't have any other fetches at that moment. It was just the Watery Grave plus the 1 fetch land. Like, I understand what you're saying completely. I just think that in the blind like that, I would rather have access to all of my cards and unlock all of my potential draws. Like, we didn't need double blue right there. So we weren't really, like, hinging on anything. Yep. Take out removal. Board in things that hit random permanents like Phyrexian Unlife. Board in counter spells. Leave it to the heart of the cards. Exactly. So I'm thinking for the Shadow Watch challenge, since we just completed that goal, I'm probably going to do like a big Christmas stream. I don't know what day it'll be yet, but like a holiday theme stream. Dracos, good luck for the rest. Gonna go and keep playing. Awesome. Good luck to you as well. Hope you run hot and qualify in no time. This is about 3 too many Gurmag anglers. Approximately. So let's ship this. This is significantly better. What do we want to bottom? We could bottom Thought Scour because we're just naturally filling up our graveyard. Our opponent kept 7. If they kept 7 with a ley line, we're probably in trouble. Yeah, let's bottom Scour. I think I want the Bauble Wraith fetch interaction for turn 1. So they did keep Leyline. Now the question is the rest of their hand functional? No, we didn't forget about Leyline. We just can't really afford to play around it completely. Like, you don't want to take a good hand and say, like, okay, well, our only piece of interaction gets beat by Leyline, so we're going to discard it. I should play this deck and get back to MTG, right? I'm not going to say one way or the other because I feel like whatever answer I give is going to somehow get me in trouble, and I don't want that kind of liability looming over my head. Alright, so best draw would be Stubborn Denial. That way we could play out Shadow, hold up Stub. Second best option would be play out Gurmag Angler and do this hard bluff thing that we have a Stubborn Denial. Like, if you're playing against Shadow and you see a blue mana open, you have to at least consider that Stubborn Denial is a possibility. Like, there's a chance that our opponents just got everything lined up. But for every missed turn going off for them, we get a chance to draw into the answers that we need. And I mean, technically, we're like presenting lethal very quickly. Opponent thinks I won't play around that lightning storm. Try me. Try me. Ben's back from dinner. Welcome back. Nah, you're good. All I say is I'm good fun. I'm an adult, I guess. Same. I try. Try to be an adult. Alright, Serum's fine. This is kind of what we were hoping for. Like, maybe they kept a hand that had, or because it had Leyline, and the rest of it just, like, didn't function that well. How's it going? We're currently 2-1. We beat, what did we beat? Dredge and something else. And we lost to Rakdos Scourge. We beat Dredge and Electro Dominance Living End. Or not Living End, Electro Dominance as foretold. That deck. And now we're in game 2 against Ad Nauseam. We won game 1. The imaginary stub is working. You'd be shocked how often it does. And you finish a game and your opponent's just like, did you have the stub? And you absolutely didn't, but you tell them yes so they don't feel bad about their decisions. They're like, yeah, did you have the stub? Oh, yeah, totally. Had like 7 of them. My 2 cards in hand. Spoils of the Vault. Okay. Assuming naming whatever they put on top or something similar. Described top, so yeah. Scry on life to the top, play on life, sure. Not the greatest. We really needed a way to get our opponent down to 0 this turn. It's like the difference between 2 and 0 with a Phyrexian Unlife is pretty big. We could win if we draw a Battle Rage. Is there any way for us to not lose against Rakdos? Usually it's not too terrible if you just keep, like, fairly straightforward hands. Alright, so this unfortunately does kill us. So opponent gets to see that we did in fact not have the Stubborn Denial. Boo! Boo! But it happens. Last 3 matches we lost, sure, but before that we won like 7 or 8 in a row. So if you look at the even out over time, it definitely evens out. And you have to think about the progression of the Rakdos decks. Every time we've been playing them, when we've lost, they've gone bigger with like K-Commands, Croxas, things like that. When we've won, they've been on the lower end. All right. If opponent thinks for a second that I won't Thoughtseize myself to get this Shadow online, they couldn't be more wrong. Opponent's mulligan to 5. At least 5. 4. This is one of the bigger powers of this card in Modern. Like, our opponent, when they board in something like Leyline of Sanctity, has decided that this card has too much of an impact on the game, and therefore they need to play a card that they mulligan aggressively to in order to beat this card. So now this one dead card in our hand, if they do find Leyline, has been worth 4 cards out of theirs. The 3 mulligans plus the Leyline. So, thank you, Thoughtseize. Let's do it. Opponent doesn't know the lengths to which we are willing to hurt ourselves for our Shadow. Exactly, like. This is what I got. If you beat it, you beat it. Thought Scouring, or bobbling on my turn because I can draw into, like, Thought Scour that I'd want to cast on my opponent's turn. I do need a land pretty bad. Bingo. So I think we'll just get Breeding Pool here so we can hold up double stub after this. Alright, so we'd certainly like one more land. You have another Simian Spirit Guide. Pacted my Pacted my Stubborn Denial. So let's think. Their last card. Alright, so there are two options here. Their last card is either Angel's Grace, so they don't die to Pact, or it's Spoils of the Vault to find Angel's Grace, so they don't die to Pact. If it's Spoils of the Vault, we can delay it and kill them. If it's Angel's Grace, we just get an Angel's Grace out of hand. So yeah, it is Angel's Grace. Sure. You do not die to Pact of Negation. But all of that was to say that I don't have to play out Tarmogoyf here because some percentage of my opponent's draws there just means that they're dead. Like, if they had had Spoils of the Vault, I would rather hold up Delay or, Delay to counter that. Gurmag Angler. Alright, so I could have, like, Snap Thoughtseized myself, pitch Gurmag just to get down to 0 with this Unlife. But I think that having the 2 counter spells is going to win me this game. Basically, I've got, like, Stub, Delay, Snap, Stub. And most of this, like, isn't affecting my clock at all. Like, if my opponent wants to fire off Angel's Graces to buy themselves a turn, I'm okay with that. Yeah, like, they have Angel's Grace, but firing off Angel's Grace to buy themselves that turn there is okay with me. Like, that's just another Angel's Grace out of the deck. Like, the fact is, right now, they need to put together either the combination of Spoils of the Vault and Thassa's Oracle, which we have answered, or they need to get lands plus Ad Nauseam. And they're missing land drops, so that means Ad Nauseam's a dead draw. Things like Lotus Bloom aren't going to have enough time to come off suspend, so they're dead. Second Unlife is dead. Yeah, my opponent's just got like a lot of dead draws. So if their live draws are getting pitched to give them one more dead draw, deal. Deal all day. Simian Spirit Guide's a dead draw because it makes them like use these if they want to hard cast it. I can cycle here because if I happen to find an Assassin's Trophy, I could try to trophy the Unlife. Spoils. Yeah, we will stub a Spoils. So we can still get Basic Island and Snap Stub or Delay. So if we delay this and our opponent's last card is Spoils, what happens to us? I'm trying to think if there's any way that we die if we delay this. They Spoils, they get Packed, that does nothing. They get Angel's Grace, that does nothing. Yeah, I think I'm in agreement that they're just trying to get a blocker. Like Lightning Storm with no lands in hand is fine. Well, if they pass the turn, they die. So Alright. Alright, on to 3 and 1. If we die, we die. Now you're thinking like a true Shadow player. That's how I approach like 75% of my matches. Like, if my opponent's got it, they got it. And I'm dead. Alright, who's next? Jobberman. Come hither, Jobberman. Jobberman, create. It is what it is. Truer words have never been spoken. All right. Shadow, Battle Rage, Ways to Lose Life. Basically, anything's a live draw. Boo. Boo. Opponent's about to get hit with the hardest Stubborn Denial on a Sylvan Scrying of 2020. We'll hit that too. Miss land drop. Oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. Thoughtseize off the top as well. Be still, my beating heart. Do you want to take this star? Or do I want to take, like, the guaranteed Tron land? Probably the guaranteed Tron land, right? Take map. Go get Blood Crypt. Play out. So Shadow's hitting for 5 next turn. Gurmag's hitting for 5. But I can play Gurmag this turn. Next turn, Battle Rage Gurmag for 10. Play Shadow and have lethal the turn after that. If I play Shadow, I can still do the same thing, right? So it doesn't matter. So Shadow's got the higher upside of potentially just drawing like running street wraiths. Alright, alright. Had a thought for half a second, had to go with it. Math didn't work out. We're good. We're Gucci. Alright, so let's go Tomb. Swing 5. I think we Battle Rage now. The reason is it takes Dismember kind of out of my opponent's arsenal. It doesn't change the clock. If we Battle Rage next turn, but there's the potential. Yeah, can't snap stub. There's potential that my opponent could draw like a Dismember, and if they Dismember whatever I Battle Rage, that does take a chunk out of the clock. That was nice. That was, as we would call, muy impressive. Alright, what are we up against? Tron. Tron. Something like that. I'm going to say no to this hand. I'm going to say yes to this one because of Assassin's Trophy. It's kind of like we hit the second land and we get to set them back a land. And if they like have to mulligan pretty aggressively. They did mulligan to 5. The old map. Got it. Grizzly Salvage. 'Salvage. 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 Just get breeding pool. Alright, we need a land. Oh, is our opponent stuck on one land? They are. Oh, baby. Land. Not a land. Land. Go for that Sylvan Scrying. Or not Sylvan Scrying, Ancient Stirrings. Ooh. Stir them ancients. Land. No. Deck. Deck. Why you gotta do this? Why you gotta do this? Alright, well at least they didn't hit a Tron land, so that's a plus. Oh my god. How many looks have we added a second land? A lot. Approximately 1 million. We'll discard a Grizzly Salvage, sure. Oh, their hand just must be like stacked with Sylvan Scryings if they're getting basic. Did they get basic forest off map? They did. Impressive discipline from our opponent. All right. I believe that's going to be the Giges. But we'll see. They just tick up Karn. Found our land. Not Ashiok. So let's go. They've got artifact. We want land. They've got sorcery. Got a bunch of instants. Instants most likely to get back into our graveyard. Just 5 turns late. Really was. Really was. I think the saddest part of this is, like, we're not really out of it. Because our opponent has Sylvan Scryings for basic forest blast zone. So, like, there's a chance that they get something we don't care about off of Karn. And maybe we get to kill Karn. Alright. Sure. Kind of like this. So we can trophy the bridge, hit the Karn. They missed a land drop last turn. So maybe there's a chance that they can't just like untap and slam a worm coil. Which there's always the chance that we're not even dead to them slamming a worm coil. But it's kind of like if we can make it through this turn. Second Karn, sure. Liquid metal coating. All right. Well, opponent, I don't really care about a liquid metal coating. Especially when I get to just kill the Karn. If we end up winning this game, I'm going to be very much shocked. Get out of here. Go away. But we really need like another fetch land. Let us get down like second Gurmag Angler or Shadow or something. Preferably second Gurmag Angler because I got Blast Zone. But like opponent is doing a lot of the metaphorical tire spinning. And I really don't want to tap down off of delay. What'd they have? Karn liberated, Kozilek Butcher of Truth. Okay. Yep. Sure. Uh-huh. We've got Tronland number 2 on turn 10, in which I have not disrupted my opponent in any particular way. They can add 2 counters to their Blast Zone. Jonathan, explain how the ManaTraders series works. I'm too lazy to look it up. So the ManaTraders series, you have to play a set number of matches. All right, we don't. Yeah, you have to play a set number of matches. Those qualify you for the main tournament if you have a high enough win percentage. So like if you have a 70% win rate over the first 10 matches, you qualify and you don't have to play anymore. Were there draws third Tronland Veil of Summer? Holy crap. We like had the win there, and they drew third Tronland Veil of Summer. What does Kozilek do? Can I win by just playing out 3 threats? Or do I have to kill Karn? Blast Zone is bad for us. But at this point in this game, like, we're not playing around Blast Zone. How long do you have to play the matches? I may look into that. I think until like December 29th. It's usually like the matches go until the end of the month. Oh, and they got this Karn back off suspend. Yeah, we're probably dead here. The matches go until the end of the month, and then everybody who qualifies gets the invitation for the tournament that's like a week after the end of the month. So this tournament I think is like the end of the first week of January, something like that. Missed a follow. Bigley, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday morning, evening, afternoon, wherever, whatever time it is, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out with us for a bit. All right. Now, we've already dealt with Bridge. The Blast Zone does mean that they can't play out Bridge plus something, or they can't play out like Sundering Titan and Crack Blast Zone. They have to choose. I don't think we have any outs, but we'll see. So no, we're dead to Blast Zone. That was the weirdest game of Magic I have ever played today. Alright, so on the play, we'll get back to a little tempo orientation. Actually, we'll probably just leave the Snapcaster out. Kind of go with a little bit more of hand disruption into threat, into counterspell in the play. So close. Not particularly close. Yep. So let's get rid of Ashiok. And what? It's probably actually Death Shadow. Because we can turn 1 hand disruption, turn 2 Tarmogoyf, and try to ride that out. We could also keep Ashiok and go like hand disruption into Tarmogoyf into Ashiok. Like put back Shadow Inquisition, something like that. Like if our opponent put back or keeps a hand like their last hand. Or no, they kept 7. Yeah. I think it's Ashiok Shadow. So they do have 2 Tron lands. So let's get rid of Scrying. Say go. Well, going for our way to victory is a a little bit easier said than done. Like, this Tarmogoyf isn't exactly a menacing presence at the moment. So mine, just stirrings, yep. So like Assassin's Trophy. Naturally, they drew the third Tron land. We do get to Thoughtseize away Ugin, and they have a Karn. So their 3 draws off of draw for turn, star, stirrings were third Tron land, Karn, Ugin. So we take Karn because we could draw a third land and snap Thoughtseize the Ugin. Tron all skills. Alright. They just draw Ulamog. Their 2 next draws were second tower Ulamog. I can't even be mad at that one. Alright. So 3 and 2 for the first segment here. Oh my god. Y'all can be mad for me. I appreciate it. I think it's funny. Like, you're acting like you don't know how Tron works. I'm acting like I know how odds and probabilities work. And Tron, for whatever reason, is able to bypass the laws of physics. Alright, so Jonathan, this is a good example. So, to qualify for the main event, you have to meet this criteria. 70% win rate in at least 10 matches, 65 and 20, 60% and 30. So right now we're 3 and 2 in our first 5 matches. So if we just go like 4 and 1 in the next 5, then we qualify for hitting that 70% win rate. The 7th through the 29th is the qualifier period. So as long as you meet that percentage within this time frame, you qualify for the main tournament that starts January 2nd, the top 8 January 3rd. So there you go. And it automatically updates like all of your records and everything. So you don't have to go in and manually enter anything. You just hit pairing. It'll find you somebody that you need to pair against. Go over to the tournament practice room. Create a match, waiting for whoever your opponent is. Create, and maybe they'll come find us. Throw all that out the window with Tron. You're absolutely correct. Statistics don't matter. Assume Tron player always has everything. That's fair, but usually you can't beat everything. You have to pick and choose something to lose to. And in my case, I decided to lose to my opponent drawing the nuts off the top. Seems easy. How do matches get reported? They automatically get reported after the match finishes. Like, you don't have to do anything. I'm assuming that they just have like a bot or something watching the results page. All right, so keep here. Pitch what? Tarmogoyf? It's either Tarmogoyf or Shadow. I guess Tarmogoyf. Yeah. Technology is magical. That it is. Have you tried Scourge and Traverse instead of Gurmags and Grizzly? Let's see. I've got a command here somewhere. See if that does it. Boom. My opinion on Scourge of the Skyclaves summed up. The TLDR is that I do not like Scourge of the Skyclaves in non-Swift Spear, Bomat, Prowess Creature Shadow variants. I think that it puts too much unknown on your opponent. Like, what if we had Scourge of the Skyclaves right here? It would do literal nothing. But we're going to have a 2-mana, or turn 2, 5/5. Alright, so from this point, we're really looking for things like Thoughtseize to help fight Eladamri's Call. I think that Scourge of the Skyclaves adds too big of an unknown factor to the game. Like, you can never guarantee that your opponent is going to deal themselves damage. So if you're kind of hinging on that to win you a match, there's a decent chance that you get yourself in some trouble. But with Gurmag, I can take that out of the equation by saying, all right, I know that I'm going to be able to cast Gurmag Angler. You planning on putting a deck together for the dual land tourney? Not sure if it's worth the effort for me. I figure I'll take a look and see what I've got. And if I'm like $50 away from something, then maybe. But I'm not going to go like out of my way to try to meta game for it or anything like that. I'm pretty happy with my opponent getting Dryad here. I mean, they could just like have a Vesuva, and I feel terrible about this decision. But I think, or not Vesuva, Valakut. But I think for the most part, I'm okay. Yeah, like if they're not tightening me here, then I like my odds. So let's get Watery Grave, it's fine. Dryad dies, I take 5, we'll say go. Stub and Eladamri's Call. So our opponent's got Vesuva and an unknown draw for the turn. Not entirely sure why they wouldn't play out the Vesuva. The very least, I guess they could copy Radiant Fountain. I still love these sweet full art battle rages. These are... Whew. But yeah, I'm looking at like the blue-black control decks, Jonathan, and I think that I have a decent bit for it. So, like I said, I'll just take a look and see how close or how far I actually am, and that will kind of determine if I decide to. Oh, come back here. Yeah, I'd probably rather have trophy than push. I think I would want to play food, but I don't have hinges, which are really expensive. Makes sense. They are pretty pricey. Alright, ship this. Keep this. Bottom. Second delay. Yeah. No Auriok hate. I'm not expecting Auriok out of this deck. Like, if they've got Auriok, they've got Auriok, but it's not one you typically see out of them. Alright, deck. We've decided what we're drawing into. Cavern of Souls, Naming Giant. Cavern of Souls is not naming Dryad. I'll trophy this Cavern. My opponent's drawing Eladamri's Call, so I kind of get to like shuffle that away plus deal with the Cavern. Alright, now it's a question of how many removal spells does my opponent have? Like, if they've got Path, Purge, Skyclave Apparition all rolled up in hand, it's probably not great for me. Jonathan coming in with the 3-month subscription. Thank you so much. Glad you were able to catch the stream today. I don't know how busy y'all's work is in the middle of December. Alright. Second Shadow's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. I guess they could have an end to turn Path to Exile. Not very, I didn't think so. All right, opponent, what you got? Want to attack with everything? Dang. It's worth a try. It's going to be Winds of Abandon. All right. Opponent is going deep down the rabbit hole for this one. Purge, Skyclave Apparition, Winds of Abandon. I feel you, opponent. Respect. So what is our best draw here? What is our best draw? I'm honestly not even sure. Did they have to do that? There's a purge incoming. Well, at the moment, they could pay for stubborn denial. So if we had a way to lose life, then there's a chance that we could like stub purge, stub Winds of Abandon. Huh. You don't say. Well, I will continue to play until my opponent puts a Primeval Titan on the stack. At that point, I believe that the game is over. But theoretically, they could draw like 4th Primeval Titan, we draw Shadow, they draw something we can stub, we draw Battle Rage. But as soon as they get a Primeval Titan cast, then it becomes a Field of the Dead matchup, and we cannot win against Field of the Dead with his hand. Alright. Can't win against Field of the Dead with his hand. So, game 3. What did we see or not see? I haven't seen, what's his name? Elvish Reclaimer in either of these games. Like, I'm assuming they're playing it. I'm definitely not just, like, assuming my green-white opponent's not playing Elvish Reclaimer. But it's one that I expect to see a little more. Do I want the 4th stub? Probably. Because we saw Purge and Winds of Abandon. Take out Grizzly? Yeah, I think so. Believe so. I would love to play first. But I would like to play first with a better hand. All right. Let's see what happens. Our opponent has at least mulliganed to 6. Come on, mold to 3. Come on, mold to 3. Usually when an opponent tanks on a mold decision like this, I kind of think that they're approaching it the same way that we are. Like they've got a hand that's good, but they just don't know if it's good enough in like this matchup. All right. No reclaimer is a good start. That's about the best draw we can ask for, that Gurmag Angler. I don't think we have any particular reason to bluff red right now. Sick indeed. All right, opponent, be a real pal and go for like a main phase purge here. I'm getting my stubs in while I can. Are we thought seizing or are we Ashiocking? Thought seize Ashiok, thought seize Ashiok, thought seize Ashiok. I feel like Ashiok's the better play. It's kind of like if our opponent plays Skyclave Apparition or something here, it feels a little bit worse. So they did have the purge. Opponent's hand is pretty solid. That's 3 Titans gone. All right, what do we got? Cycle Scattered Groves, okay. Garen Briggs, sure. Dryad, sure. Fetch land. Not a fetch land. What am I doing? I 'Cause 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 ' Like, if I minus this Ashiok, I give them the chance to attack it down next turn, but they have to give up their Dryad to do so. Fourth Titan incoming? Probably. I know my odds here. Alright, let's... God, I hate passing the turn here. Okay. Can't imagine this is going to hit anything, right? So are we just passing again? Like, my question is, at what point is this Ashiok not worth keeping around? Yeah, I'm not minusing. The problem is, like, if I attack and my opponent says, cool, don't block, then I probably just get to kill them next turn with Battle Rage. And if they do block, is losing my Ashiok that big of a deal right now? Yeah, so I think with the pickup of this delay, I'm swinging. Let's think about this. Am I taking down Ashiok? So, like, if I'm dead to Valakut either way. And a Battle Rage Shadow through just a Dryad is not lethal, so I want to make my opponent swing at the Ashiok with Dryad. I want to put them in a position where just swinging with the Spring Bloom Dryad is not enough to kill Ashiok. They have to swing with Dryad. I need that toughness out of the way. All right. I'm going to assume they've got, like, one piece of interaction, like a path or a purge. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. Their two unknown draws were Celestial Purge, Veil of Summer. Oh my god, between this and the Tron opponent, like... What is going on? God, Celestial Purge, Veil of Summer. Really? Game trying to come back like this is justice. Do I just have to delay this? I think I do. I just can't let him have more toughness on the board. That's actually a funny one, because that means if Spring Bloom Dryad blocks, it's lethal. The hell just happened this match? Like, our opponent went, God, Celestial Purge into Veil of Summer. We went Tarmogoyf into Second Teamer Battle Rage. Like, oh my God. I mean, yeah, justice, but not how I expected. So, Jonathan, this is what I was talking about. It just automatically updates the result. Yeah, automatically updates the results after each match. So you don't have to do anything. All of our stats are updated. Win-loss updated. Why minus it all with Ashiok? Because they run a limited number of ways to actually win the game. Field of the Dead, Primeval Titans, removal spells, Valakuts. So the chances of us actually like hitting them off of a couple of those are relevant. It's not like a non-zero percentage to hit them off of all of their Valakuts or all of their Dido. Oh, baby. $67% is pretty good. Maybe not enough for the tourney. I mean, it just depends on these next couple of matches go. Like, if we go 3-1 in our next 4 matches, we qualify. Let's make sure he's not looking for us. He is. So let's leave here. Leave. Say something in chat. Yeah, we'll keep this. like we need to find a threat, but we are lowering life, seeing cards. We've got some small amount of interaction. Whiff on the Inquisition. All right, good first step. Try them down. Good draw. So let's get breeding pool so we get our double blue going. All right. The Trader of Shadow. Can't say the Trader of Shadow. Like, Dito's in the chat all the time. He's not abandoned us. All right. Game one went about as well as we can hope. We'll see if we're able to present a similar fate game two. I'm not going to say anything after game one went that way. Like, I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to rub salt or anything, because I'm definitely not. Alright. Well, him keeping 7 is terrifying. Yeah, I don't think I'm casting like Tarmogoyf into Remand or something similar. Alright, no little Teferi there is huge. I'll cast a Shadow here, because if he does have something like a Mana Leak or Remand or whatever, it grows Tarmogoyf. It's probably an Hour of Promise. Guess Big Teferi wouldn't be the worst either. Yep. Oh, we got second copy of Field of the Dead. So let's draw. So 1, 2. I can keep Artifact. Gets to get back Uro this turn. Start making zombies. Yep. See, aren't Mana Leaks better than Delay here? It's kind of funny. Mana Leak, I think, is actually worse than Delay against the Uro decks. Because Delay lets you, like, suspend away an Uro so they can't escape it. Lets you suspend away, like, Path to Exile, Celestial Purge so they can't Mystic Sanctuary it back right away. Yep, we'll call it there. That was a very explosive turn for them. So trimming on a Gurmag here because between Path and Purge to Fairy, my graveyard can get very taxed, and I don't really want to see double Gurmag, especially on the play. All right. Purge Omnath. All right. So Catacombs is a good draw. This lets us play out Shadow this turn. No Purge, no Purge. Alright. So let's go Watery Grave, Snap, Thoughtseize. Take Omnath. All right. Doesn't draw an answer to Shadow this turn. We might have a chance. Ping Ren and 6, ping, sure. Don't care about Ren and 6. Misclick, I didn't see. I missed where the misclick was. All right. GG's, Dito. Whew, that's a good one. Like, if Dito jumps into the chat, our game 1 and 3 there, we had really aggressive hands, really good draws, and he drew heavy lands in both of those games, and just like no interaction. So we did get a bit fortunate there. So I don't want people thinking that's like the way that matchup always goes. But we did do a decent job of leveraging our tempo. That worked out for us. All right. Sometimes you got to restart this. And Dita, I was just telling him, in our game 1 and 3, you drew heavy lands. And, like, we kind of had the nuts both of those games. So, I was trying to tell everybody that's not how the matchup usually goes. Had to risk, right. Like, if you drew anything relevant off the top couple of cards, like, we were in bad shape. So, what are we now? 6 and 2? 6 and 1? No, 5 and 2? Yeah. Yeah, like against the Thoughtseize deck, if you just draw anything off the top, we're dead in the water. I had to tap out both of those games pretty aggressively to do anything. So I kept saying, like, if you hit Teferi, Path, Mana Leak, whatever, like, I was dead, both of them. But good games for sure. For sure. I'm sorry I had to break your 7-0. Don't hate me too much. Cordo Twin. I don't want to copy the waiting for. I just want the Cordo Twin part. Nope. Stop. Game. That. Alright. Create. Waiting for Cordo Twin. Let's find us a wild Cordo Twin. But at 5 and 2, it means we have to go 2 and 1 in our last 3 matches to qualify, or else we have to play more games at some point. I guess I can update the record in the stream, right? So we're 5 and 2. Update. Yeah, I'll keep it. Little risk it for the biscuit action. Lead on Stubborn Denial instead of Inquisition. Yeah. So I might want to play Shadow next turn. Alright, so this is the Arayo Mentor list. The idea behind the deck is it wants to transform Arayo Transcendent by casting 3 spells in a turn. You can accomplish this with like Arayo, or casting 4 spells. You can accomplish this by like casting Arayo, casting things like Mishra's Bauble, or what's that other one? Mox Amber? Is that it? To like net mana, repeal your own artifacts to recast them. Double Unearth is pretty interesting. So, unfortunately, I think I do have to take the Arayo. Like, my opponent can unearth it, which is something. But I'm just trying to draw into like another land and be able to like shadow plus stub. Right on time. Alright, so let's get, what do we want? Overgrown Tomb, Inquisition, take a... Are we taking an Unearth? Thought Scour themselves, sure. I'm not really afraid of Tasigur. I think I'm just taking a repeal. Taking like their ability to interact with my shadow. Did you beat our handsome trader? I did. I got very fortunate in our games 1 and 3 and was able to steal it away a little bit. Scour yourself, sure. Alright, what have you got? We know double Unearth, repeal Tasigur. They could go like Unearth Mentor. So I do want to stub this. Like they can cast another Unearth, but that's kind of like using their entire turn. Repeal Shadow. All right. All right. All right. So I do want to keep these mentors off the board. Target mentor again. Repeal again. Touche. This is where it kind of gets rough if they're able to get a little pseudo storm action going on. So close. I mean, I guess we can interact with the token, but that's not really where I want to be here. Fairy's pretty bad for us. See, Freed just killed my first Emrakul the Aeon's Torn with Valakut triggers. Good lord, I'm curious. There's a story here and I want to hear it. So what was the story of this game? Them saying third repeal? I think was it. Alright. Trade with a monk token. Alright, never mind. Not trading with anything. Let's see. They hit Emrakul off turn Timber in the mirror. Don't ask me why they brought it in. I mean, obviously to hit it off turn Timber. Duh. Easy. Alright. What am I bringing in? Just I want EE. Like, it's okay against mentor tokens, but I already had Dryad and Amulet, so I just point 15 damage of triggers at it when I hasted. Could you not point 15 damage of triggers at them and kill them? Or I guess the mirror, they're not dealing any damage to themselves. I haven't seen you bring in EE in any match. It's really for like Heliod and Shadow matchups and things like that. We brought it in against Rakdos Shadow. Like, it's not really for token decks. And decks like this get their value when they cast their 0 mana cards. It's like after that, they don't really matter that much. What's the power and toughness on a Ryo? Yeah. Put a 0/2, 1/1. 1/1 that flips into an enchantment. This is a funky matchup to board for. Like, they've got Emery, so I don't want to board out like all of my removal. Good enough. We'll see what happens. Slaying an Emrakul is funnier, but they were at 20. Gotcha. Do I bring an EE versus humans? Yes. Like, any deck where going wide is basically their primary game plan, I'm bringing it in. But if they're a deck that just, like, happens to have Field of the Dead in the deck, then I'm not bringing it in just because my opponent might have Field of the Dead. I was going to say, if my opponent, like, cast Mishra's Bauble and then, what's it called? Like, Mishra's Bauble and then, God, Mox Amber. I would solve Stubborn Denial with the Mox Amber. Because, like, that would keep them from playing Emery, from getting mana off Emery, anything like that. Like, I want to Stubborn Denial this, because I feel like if they just go land Tasigur, I'm not, like, horribly far behind, but I'm not in a great spot. Is Arayo vintage staple? This is news to me if it is. No. Would have been funnier if it was. Like, you had me on the ropes there. Alright. It's Thoughtseize first. So we're taking Mentor, because we get to shut off these unearths. Yeah, just take Mentor. I'm gonna Thought Scour them. Like, if I draw into something, I can fill up my grave with Ashiok, so I'm not too terribly concerned here. But if I get to get rid of, like, another win condition or something, that feels pretty nice. Cycle Unearth. Sure. We're the mill deck now. And you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Alright, so that's one of their draws. Like, there's two more Fatal Pushes gone. How much does this matter? Don't think enough. Alright. So that's all 4 Fatal Pushes accounted for. Luris of the Dream Den, you say? So we can bauble them. See if it's something we care about them drawing into. Nope. Fatal Push. Luris. Exile their yard. Plus that Waterlogged Grove. Say go. Yeah. Probably doesn't see this one coming into play. What you got? All right, that's an all right one, I guess. It's also an all right one. Do we care more about the mentor or the mentor tokens? Probably the mentor, right? Like we can EE for 3. Yeah, it kills Ashiok, but like their last cards repeal. And I think we would rather kill the mentor than be too overly concerned with the Ashiok staying alive. Ashiok stopping them from repealing Street Wraith. Sure. Let's see. Like the problem is if we sit here with this EE and don't do anything, then our opponent is just gonna draw spells. Well, like they can go to their turn, repeal their EE, draw a card off repeal, make a token, replay EE, make a token. Right, we need to kill Mentor. But if we're going to kill Mentor, we have to do it on our turn. We can't go to our opponent's turn because then they just get to make a token in response to us doing anything. But we can't minus the Ashiok. Or we can't minus Ashiok because if we kill off Ashiok, they get to fetch in response and make a token. We have to just pop EE. They could repeal their EE. They can get a basic island, pay 1, repeal EE, draw a card, make a token. Next turn, they've got a guaranteed prowess trigger. Now they can repeal Amber. How can they target True Name Nemesis? Our opponent's cheating, obviously. Yeah, Scour you. How do you like it? This is obviously how I expected this match to end. Opponent is down to 9 cards in deck. I don't know anything about these deck lists, so I don't have a clue how many win conditions they have or anything. Dismember a monk, monk and dismember. We've got another Ashiok in our deck. So if we just, like, hit Ashiok, we probably just win because of that. So they are going to repeal our Street Wraith. Alright. I could Assassin's Trophy the Teferi, but I would rather Assassin's Trophy like a mentor or something that they draw off the top. Are they going? Ah, dang. I was hoping they were going all in on this this draw out of it plan. Like, I'm just going to keep casting Street Wraith. Oh my god, they do have a win condition. No. God, they had a bunch of win conditions left. Holy crap. Calm down. Thought Scour. Our outs are Thought Scour or Ashiok. Can't even cycle Street Wraith. Boo. Boo. I guess technically Snapcaster would have been an out too. That was a weird one. Alright, so our last 2 matches, we have to go 2-0. I think. So why does it say 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Alright, it shows up there. It's just like not updating here that we've won 6. Only weird game today, right? Like, everything else has been extremely straightforward. No curveballs at all. No Tron not hitting a second Tron land until like turn 27. Nothing like that. I think our opponent was searching for us. They are. You. With the ManaTraders series, you must play all matches in a row. No, you do not have to play all your matches in a row. I just figured it would make for some okay content today. Couldn't think of anything better to do, so why not knock this out of the way? Besides, it gives me a chance to hang out with you guys. Duh. Think this is Titan? Could be. So I think we're going to lead on Thought Scour, or Stubborn Denial, because if I get to Stubborn Denial and Amulet, I feel amazing. Crumbling Vestige enters the battlefield. Add a mana of any color. Oh my god, I'm a genius. I'm so smart and thin. Do you see these sick plays we get to be a part of? So sick. Let's go Fetch Shock, Tomb, Cycle Street Wraith, Thoughtseize, Opponent, main deck Engineered Explosives. You didn't tell me that was a thing. Main deck EE. This is no bueno, Opponent. Alright, what do we got off the top? Another Mishra's Bauble. Not hugely for it. So let's get Breeding Pool. Thought Scour ourselves, because if I draw into like something sorcery speed, I want to be able to cast it here. You. That one. And that one. We're going to represent Stubborn Denial. Because I can. Fake Denial, exactly. It's only fake if you don't have it. So, two of my opponent's draws have been Teleria West, Growth Chamber. So, opponent is banking on a Titan off the top. Respect. But I hope you don't hit it. All right, Antis record. We're 6-2 currently. We've got to get to 8-2 to not have to play more matches to qualify. So that's kind of the goal here, is get to that 8-2 mark. Remember when EE was $100? Yeah, $100. I remember it being like 40-ish. I don't remember it being 100. But I have been wrong plenty of times in my life, and I will be wrong plenty of times again. Alright, so here I just want to kind of streamline a little bit. Get rid of some bulk out of the deck. So I can bring in an EE. It's probably fine. 4 Ultimate Masters. Let's check this out. So if you go to MTG Goldfish, Engineered Explosives, and we want the 5th Dawn. There's 60. If it got up to 60, I can very well see it spiking somewhere around here. Like a brief $100 spike. That is not outside of the realm of possibility. Yeah. We've got a whole bunch of redraws. Like 3 of them. 4 of them. Hiya! 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 Opponent's drawing into a ghost quarter. Alright. I am going to Thoughtseize now instead of Stubborn Denial, because my opponent can play around Stubborn Denial by just, you know, playing a second land. But they can't play around the Stubborn Denial by not having something that I can Stubborn Denial. So we're getting rid of Dryad, sure. Opponent's drawing into Ghost Quarter. So we'll wait for their draw step, let them draw their card for turn, see what their next draw is going to be, because they don't currently have a way to manipulate their library. And the answer is Summoner's Pact. All right. Valakut down. Threat. Threat. Not a threat. Ghost Quarter themselves, hoping. Hoping. Fingers crossed. So we can get Overgrown Tomb, Inquisition them, take Azusa. Say go. So their hand is Ghost Quarter, Forest, Vesuva, Dismember, and they're drawing Summoner's Pact. They could Ghost Quarter themselves if they want to get second green. Alright. Now we just need a payoff. Something with power and toughness and, you know. Thought Scour first, because if I draw a Tarmogoyf, I would rather play it out. Can Thoughtseize away this Summoner's Pact that we know about. That one. Say go. Opponent has drawn a Stomping Ground. Alright, dude. Not a dude. Not a dude. Dito 8-2, you qualified. Congratulations. Amulet, sure. We're what are we, 6-2 at the moment. Up a game over Amulet right now. Trying to find a threat. Not a threat. Lost against me and Green White Titan. Green White Titan's a pain. Pain for sure. Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Alright. So we'll let them play a Vesuva. Put a Valakut trigger on the stack. And then say no. I guess they should have thought about that. They can Ghost Quarter themselves. Or does that take them off of... This is other mountains. So yeah, Ghost Quartering themselves would take them off of Valakut as well. Alright. Thing with power and toughness. Not Street Wraith. Gotta catch yourself. The deck knows. Alright. One of us is going to find relevant pieces eventually. Do I want to trophy anything? I guess I can trophy an amulet. Sure. Not doing anything else with my time. That gets a blood crypt, I guess. Are we dead? Alright. This has got to be the saddest game of Magic ever. Shadow off the top. One time. Alright. We'll be here all week. Shadow. Shadow. Where you at, boy? Alright. The boys finally come home. This feeling indeed. Alright, we only had to wait 12 turns, but we're there, we're there. It's a Christmas miracle. EE on 1. Stubborn denying this because my opponent can still cast a Titan. And I would like to interact with a Titan if they so choose to put one onto the stack. Second amulet. Don't care. Are they passing the turn to us? Did we do the thing? Guess they could have, like, double dismember. I don't know why they wouldn't Ghost Quarter our Blood Crypt there. But pretty sure this Stubborn Denial locks it up. Nope. Bad opponent. Bad. Stay on your side of the table. Alright. Up to 7-2. As soon as it resets. It's like, why is it so weird? It's got it down here. Or are we 7? Yeah, 7, 6 and 3. 6 and 3. I don't know. Math is tough. 6 and 3. We got to win the next one. that one. So, yeah. 6 and 3. Math is so tough. Yeah, Dito qualified. If we win this next one, we qualify. If we don't win the next one, we've got to play more matches, but it'll probably be like tomorrow. So let's just go ahead and win this one. Pablo Zoo. All right, create. Go away. Create. All right, what do we got? I guess we got an updated record. How about that? 6-3. Update. Pablo not wanting to match with us. Pablo, where you at? Why don't you want to play with us? Found him. All right. I would love to play first. Antis, yesterday you had a 6 and 4 with Jun Shadow and the ManaTraders. Sounds like you need to keep going. Obosh. What do I think about this hand against Obosh? Snapcaster's pretty bad here. Street Wraith isn't the greatest. Don't think this is going to be good enough against an Obosh opponent. This is better. 2 removal spells instead of 1. So we'll keep it. Heck yeah, Grizzly Salvage. Somebody sent me this list yesterday with, it's Grixis-Green splashing for 2 Grizzly Salvage, 2 Tarmogoyf from the main. We added some Assassin's Trophies to the board. And it's pretty sweet. Would highly recommend. 10 out of 10. Wood Shadow again. No fear. A little bit of fear. Minuscule amounts of fear. So that's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 points of burn, but only 1 land. I really want to dismember this Bomat Courier. But dismembering a Courier doesn't guarantee that my Shadow lives. I would shock. This would take me to 15. Shock to 13. Dismember down to 9. Play Shadow. If they have double Firebolt or Firebolt Lava Dart, they just kill the Shadow. This is the Obosh deck. Light Up the Stage is best card available. But if they just go like Firebolt, Light Up the Stage on me, like I feel pretty good about that, right? About to concede due to inactivity. You have 4 minutes remaining. Come back to me when I got like 30 seconds. Making decisions over here. I'm just going to take... I don't know. Take a Firebolt. Because I guess if I hit a fetch land, Fetch, Shock, Dismember, Bomat Courier is much higher upside for me. Or did I just like completely math wrong? I think I just mathed wrong. I think I didn't take into account the 1 point off the Bomat Courier. I'm bad at this game. So let's see. Bomat, Mountain. So now I can shock to 12, play Shadow as a 1/1. They go to cast whatever, targeting my Shadow. I dismember. They light up the stage. Is that how this is going to go down? Sounds like how it's going to go. We'll see what happens. More cards for red is more wins for red. I mean, unless all those cards are lands, you don't feel so bad in that scenario. Because if these equate to like awkwardly placed damage, I feel pretty good. If they equate to well-placed damage, I feel much worse. I don't know why they made Spectacle loss of life instead of like damage. Like, that shouldn't trigger if I crack a fetch land on my opponent's turn or something like that. My opponent has chosen to cast a Firebolt at my face. What do I think about this? Alright, what kind of a life total do I need to be at to make sure I potentially kill them? Take just one. So, like, taking just one means that I have to take 4 next turn to present lethal and go down to 1 in the face of a known lava dart. If I take 3, I'm dead to my opponent drawing a land off the top. If I take 2, I'm dead to a land off the top. So I guess it is take 1. Because my opponent just showed that they're willing to like main phase Firebolt me. So if they do that again, we're at lethal. Maybe they go like Firebolt, light up the stage. They do not. Opponent's rude. So now it's the odds of how likely do we think we are to draw a Stubborn Denial in 2 cards. All right. Land likely kills us. That does not kill us. I have concerns about opponents' math choices, but you think it was Cycle Wraith there? I could see it. Or would Cycle Wraith there have killed us? Can't remember. No, it's me. Okay, yeah. Cycle Wraith bad. Cycle Wraith bad. Gotcha. Alright, things I at least want to consider. You know what's super annoying out of these decks is the fact that they get to board into just like 4 copies of Relic of Progenitus. Like, who does that? Who hurt you, opponent? And for Blood Moon, yeah. For Blood Moon, for Relic of Progenitus, for Blast Zone, like... pretty bad. So let's ship this. We win. Just snap win with this hand. Alright. Well, let's see. Go back. Maybe I want that. I don't know if I want that yet or not. All right. Cycle Forgotten Cave. You got it. I mean, I could get the swamp from the fetch, but then I wouldn't be able to get like a green source. Opponents never had a Blood Moon in their life. Bone Crusher us, sure. Stay over on your side, opponent. Shoo. Go away. Alright. We're going to do this thing, I guess. That one. The tempo. See, by the way, I like this list, but I feel uncomfortable without Traverse. That's fair. This list does have some pretty major differences compared to the Traverse list that you kind of have to either be okay with or change your deck choices because of. Opponent's hand so far has been pretty decent. They're drawing into another light up the stage. Hiya, opponent. That's a pretty good one. They do get back a Seasoned Pyromancer next turn. Assume this is Bone Crusher. No, yes, maybe. Does that cover all of our options? No, yes, maybe. Mono Red Ponza. I feel like that's not really the direction you want to be in this matchup. Like, we countered it, so I guess there's some merit to their argument. But so I'm trading Gurmag Angler for Swift Spear and Lightning Bolt. I think I'm okay with that. Which means like well, I guess they could have double Bolt. And I feel a little bad. No. Okay. So I get this Pyromancer off suspend this turn. I don't know if we are getting there. It really depends. They pitch Flame Slash second season Pyromancer. So that might be an okay spot for us. We will respond to this. Put Obosh in your hand. Please put Obosh in your hand. Come on, Obosh. Did they destroy Blood Crypt? No. They cast Pillage and we stubborn denialed it or something. Fetch land. God. So close. So fetch land there would have been lethal. Yeah, it's pretty rough now. We had a bunch of draws at that third land, and I feel like if we could have hit it, we'd have been in really good shape. Does Bolt light up the stage? Yep. I think opponent just killed themselves. I believe our opponent just killed themselves. So Sometimes your out is your opponent giving you the red mana that you need to battle range. Wow. Well, Dito, when you're right, you're right. Oh, man. That was great. All right. That is enough points at 8-2 to qualify it. Yep. Congrats, we're qualified for the Swiss phase. Way to go, chat. I do need to thank my opponent for the moon. I'm going to send them a very nice Christmas card. Say, I appreciate it. You're a wonderful human being. Let's see. Let me pull up the deck list again. So this is what we ran for those of you who are just now tuning in or haven't gotten to check it out. Ran to an 8-2 in the qualifying phase of the ManaTraders series today. So we are qualified for the Swiss tournament in a month. Some notable inclusions about the deck that people might not get right away. The idea behind it is Grixis is often our better threat shadow variation because of Gurmag Angler, but you run the risk of being threat light because you can't really play a lot of things like Traverse with Gurmag Angler. They're a bit of a nombo. So we wanted to look for a way to increase the threat density, and Otech, who may or may not be in the chat right now, sent me this list with Tarmogoyfs and Grizzly Salvage, light green splash, just to add a couple extra threats, a little bit of an ability to dig a little bit deeper. And we ran it yesterday to a 4-1 league. And then the 7-3 or whatever today was the equivalent of like another 4-1 league, 3-2 league. So the green splash did pretty well for improving the threat consistency. Some changes we might make going forward. There's not really a lot in the main that we can afford to change. I don't actually know how relevant Grizzly Salvage has been. I think we've cast it like 3 times. It's hit everything we've needed when we've cast it, but I almost feel like it could be replaced. I mean, yeah, like Grizzly Salvage once upon a time, exactly the same, right? Like a green and another mana, look 5 cards deep. Something, you just have to actually pay mana for it. Let's see. It is good for Gurmag Angler, but we do just have like the Thought Scour, Bauble, Street Wraith ways of enable Gurmag. So like you're not actually reducing your amount of ways to turn on Gurmag Angler between Grixis and this version. So there's a possibility that the Grizzly Salvages aren't necessary for that regard. I don't like Scourge of the Skyclaves personally. Keith Master Flex, great name. I think that Scourge gives too much power to your opponent as to whether or not it's actually relevant. Like, we just played against Mono Red. They did 0 damage to themselves. We played against Amulet Titan, 0 damage to themselves. The Uro decks can often gain it back. We played against Tron, 0 damage to themselves. So it does get a little bit awkward here and there. Out of the board, EE, Kozilek's Return weren't great in these games. EE's more for like Auriok Champion than it is for like Field of the Dead tokens or anything like that. Kind of the same reason for Kozilek's Return. play Scourge, you need to play Bolt and early creatures like Monastery. Exactly. Like, if you're playing proactively, like aggressive one-drop creatures, direct damage spells, then Scourge is great. But that's not what Grixis is all about. And you don't want to just jam 4 bolts in here and call it a day. Because then you're giving up a lot of the tempo advantage that Fatal Push gives you. Possibly just put Lurrus main. I mean, you'd have to make some adjustments because I don't think one Lurrus with no way of finding it is particularly relevant. Maybe there's an argument for like 2 Lurrus over the Grizzly Salvage, but we'd have to take a look at it, run the numbers, see what happens. But out of the board, I think everything was pretty well today. I think if you're looking for weaker cards, Plague Engineer is not as great here, but it did win us a game against Dredge by shutting off Stinkweed Imps. Kozilek's Return, EE are all okay, but none of them are great. Cling to Dust was a last-minute consideration. So, I think like anything in this column, you could pretty easily replace these. I think you need to have a solid reason to replace them. Grizzly is great when you're playing against decks where you need a threat. Right. Understandable there. Reign of Gore is an option. Isn't this more like Sultai Red instead of Grixis-Green? No, I still think it's more like Grixis-Green because we're playing Thought Scours, Gurmag Anglers, Snapcaster, which all come from the Grixis background. The only green thing we're playing from Sultai is like Tarmogoyf. And then Grizzly Salvage is like a consideration because we're adding the green in anyway. Why delay over Mana Leak? So, a couple reasons. One, Mana Leak's typically better when you can't follow it up with a clock. This is a little bit better putting up a clock than Grixis is. So it can hit like anything at any point. Or Mana Leak can only hit in the first few turns effectively. Delay can hit any point in the game, but you've got to be able to back it up with a clock. Delay in combination with the format currently having access to things like Mystic Sanctuary, Uro, means getting those things away from the graveyard is actually beneficial. Like delaying a Path to Exile. You Mana Leak a Path to Exile, they Mystic Sanctuary it back. You delay a Path to Exile, they got to wait 3 turns for it. Letting your green-white opponent get up to 6 mana and delaying like a Skyclave Apparition as opposed to Mana Leak and they can pay for it. Uro, they can't escape it from exile. Things like that. So I do think delay is better, but only if you can back it up with a reasonable clock. If you can't back it up, then play Mana Leak. Or play Mystical Dispute. Whatever your counter spell of choice is. I really like these 2-mana catch-all counters instead of the 1-mana situational ones. But a lot of it comes down to personal opinion. But I think we're going to call it there. Qualified for the Swiss portion of the ManaTraders. And we'll definitely be streaming that when it comes up. But it didn't come up for like a month. In the meantime, I'm going to send everybody over to the Will Hall Experience, who's currently playing some Mono Red Obosh that we just won against. So if you stick around, feel free to send some love from the chat. Let's see, on lands is 17 better than 18? I think 17 with Baubles and Thought Scours is fine. Occasionally, you're going to have a game or two where you're short, but you don't really want to be flooded ever. But if you're not playing like Thought Scour or not playing that second set of cantrips, like here we've got 12 1-mana or less cantrips. Yeah, you could make your 18th land a canopy land and that would be fine. But I think without the canopy land, 12 one-mana or less cantrips means I'm pretty okay with 17 lands. Like, that's a lot of relooks at one. But yeah, hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Tuesday. Thank you so much for sticking around and hanging out for the stream to watch this qualification process. We'll be back on the grind tomorrow to figure out what we're going to play in the Swiss. So, sending everybody over. Have a great rest of your day.